Welcome, everybody. Thank you for coming out and joining us for this year's 2018 Meat Goat Show. Before we start the show, we're going to have the singing of our national anthem done by Ebony Alali. She's one of our vocalists in our music project. So if we could all stand and remove our hats, please. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave? Thank you. We're going to go ahead and begin our Meat Goat Show with our exploring division. These are our younger kids. These are kindergartner, first, and second graders that get to come in with their mentor and kind of try it out and see what it's all about to see if this is what they're going to want to do in their 4-H career. As they enter the show arena, I would like to introduce our judge. Some of you may recognize him last year if you saw him at the Dairy Goat Show. Philip Messer is joining us back again. He lives at Redgate Farm, which is outside of Francisville, Indiana. Together with his family, they manage a herd and show Boer goats and show mini Hereford cattle. The mission at Redgate Farm is to breed top quality show stock and to promote Jesus Christ. As of 2018, Redgate Farms has a total of 34 national ABGA titles. Philip has a past president of the Indiana Boer Goat Association, and he also judges cattle and ultimate showmanship contests. He enjoys working with the 4-H youth throughout the United States. His goal is to educate the youth on showmanship and the animal husbandry. Philip is proud to be an American and is greatly honored to be our judge today. So if we could give him a round of applause, please.
Well, let's put our hands together for these young people. They're going to make one more round and take their goats on out. We really appreciate talking to these young people, and thank you again for having us. We enjoyed ourselves last year being here with the dairy side, but now we're on the meat goat side, and we appreciate the invitation. We love working with the youth. We enjoy talking with these young kids, and they've done a great job. As they motor around the ring, these kids are a bright future for this meat world, whether it's in the Boer goats or the Pygmy goats. We're still looking at that overall product. Just a really dominating species today. They've done a great job. Let's put our hands together one more time for these young people as they hit the exit gate. They've done a good job today.
There's going to be a little brief pause in between our beginner and mini class, as many of the mentors have to take the animals out and get ready to exhibit their own. So, pardon us for the brief pause. All right, at this time, we are going to have our beginner goat showmanship class enter the show arena. All other showmanship exhibitors and their animals need to be in the makeup area at this time. In your beginner class, you have an entry from Bella Berkey, Cody Boone, Hayden Chickadons, Addison Metzger, Elliot Pierce, Julia Pierce, and Callie Suter. At this time, if you don't have a goat in the holding area or are not going to be immediately helping a child exit, we ask that you back up away from the fence line as to not cause any distraction for our exhibitors. So if we could all back up off of our fence line, even in the holding area, we'd greatly appreciate that. At this time in the show arena and waiting area, all intermediate division showmen need to be in there and lining up, please, with all of your advanced and supreme showmen starting to head this way to the makeup area.
Well, let's put our hands together for these young people. An outstanding job from top to finish. We haven't moved them around at all. They don't know who's first or second, but they do want us to get a champion and a reserve. But I want to talk to all of you. There's 7 of you out here. More eye contact when you come to the show ring. Find where I'm at. I know some of you are looking for maybe grandma or grandpa or mom or dad, but their job's done. It's just between us now. Your goat, me, and you. That's it. Beyond the gate, nobody exists. Okay? Just us. And then being hospitable to your neighbor with your goat. You guys are doing an outstanding job. Really, you are. 3rd to 5th grade, these guys are doing great. More eye contact for some of you. And now that I've mentioned that, you will recall when you first came in, there was only 2 that looked back at me as you made that first circle. And I remembered those 2, and so I paid attention to those, and they're going to be my champion and my reserve, but they answered the question the right way that I was looking for. And my question was, what do you like about your goat? That kind of opens up anything you want to tell me. You could tell me his name. You could tell me about his loin. You could tell me about his feeding program. You could tell me if he was sweet. You could tell me a good walker. Or one fellow said he's got a parrot mouth. Isn't that cool? And it was. I mean, that's a cool thing. And this goat still put on a lot of weight. And the more we talked, the more I wanted to get them comfortable with me, and then just have a little fun switching back and forth. And you always want to switch on the front side of your goat, never behind or over top or underneath. You always want to switch out front so it's more safe. And it's the right way to do it. Never behind your back. It may be convenient, but if it's back here, you don't know what's going to happen. So always switch, facing it, and you guys did a great job doing that. Again, a champion in reserve. Whoever I shake hands with first, that'll be our champion. The one I shake hands second, that'll be our reserve. But let's put our hands together for these 7. They've done an outstanding job.
In your beginner meet showmanship class, your champion was Addison Metzger, reserve Cody Boone. Now, Addison, if you choose to come back in, she's more than welcome to. In each division, the winner is eligible to move up to the next division if they choose so. At this time, our intermediate goat division is going to be coming in. For showmanship, there's an entry from Mackenzie Berkey, Madison Berkey, Heather Cox, Ebony Lawley, Ethan Lucas, Jacqueline Mathai, Sonora Sadowski, Sophia Tukalski, and Addison Metzger. At this time, if you're choosing to compete in the advanced showmanship division, you need to be lined up with your animal in the makeup area.
Well, again, let's put our hands together for these young people. Outstanding job. This is your intermediate, and I really appreciate what we talked about here, each one. They're not placed. I just brought them out here by random. I just wanted to see what they would do on how they were being placed and if they kept working no matter what, where they was at. And that's what we're looking for. No matter where you're placed, when you come in that gate, it is game on until you walk out that gate. I recall a state fair showmanship class with our kids in it, and they were placed dead last. And my wife was sitting over here in the stand, and I sat down beside her, and all day long they showed their hearts out. And our son had never beat his older sister, never. She had won 7 open shows in a row, and she was on top of the game. And then he got placed dead last. And Mom's sitting over here in the stand. I know my kids ain't the best, and they don't have the best, but they're better showmen than that. I mean, she's getting hot. I said, it's okay, honey. It's just one judge. It's just his opinion. And then here come our daughter right next to him. I went, oh, my goodness, this guy is crazy. Until he wanted to see what they was going to do. They were placed dead last. All day long, that was last place. That was the last class of the show. That was senior showmanship. That was for all the bananas. That was it, man. For all the diamonds. That was for the main banner, at least for our farm. You can win grand with a good goat, but it's hard to win without good showmanship. Did you hear me? You got to have the showmanship with the goat. You can have a second place goat and let that goat win if you show it the right way. Or you can take a championship goat and not show it and lose. You understand? So when he got on the mic, he said, I'm going to change things up a little bit. Young man down there, he's going to be our champion today. Changed everything. And our son had finally beat his older sister. And she got reserved. That was a cool day. And being at the state fair, that's a big deal. Because not everybody gets a banner from the state fair, and they go year after year after year. It was just our 3rd year to show, and they did well. And no matter what, no matter where you're placed throughout the show, don't stop showing. Okay? Keep showing that goat. I asked this group, if their goat had a design flaw in it, what would it be, and how would you fix it? What would you do about it? And they all gave superb answers. They talked about the height of a pygmy. They talked about a loin on these meat goats. I mean, they went into depths that really, there's a lot of seniors that won't go this deep in talking about the body parts, and I appreciate that from this young group. Somebody's doing their homework, and I like that. So whoever's been talking to you, go back when you get out of here, tell them thank you, because you guys are doing a great job. I will get a champion. I will get a reserve. But yes, let's put our hands together one more time for these young people. Outstanding class of showmen.
As your intermediate to meet showmanship class exits, your champion was Ethan Lucas. Your reserve was Jacqueline Mathai. Ethan, you reserve the right to come back in and compete in our advanced level. We're going to go ahead and start our advanced entering in. We have several entries in this class. First, Stephanie Boone, Kirsten Duzan, Madison Havlin, Jacob Colin, Shania Kressel, Chris LaPelt, Paige Kressel, Carolyn Rakowski, Emma Rakowski, and Benjamin Wienhoff Pierce. In the makeup area at this time, if we could get our junior Bordeaux division, our 0 to 3 months, and our 3 to 6 months, and the makeup area, please.
Let's give this group a nice round of applause. This is your senior division, so I want to take a little more time with them, and they've done an outstanding job. We talked a little bit about what their design is of their goats, and then I had them compare or tell me a good thing about their neighbor's goat, and they all did a fantastic job. And it was kind of a spur of the moment to make them think on their feet. If they decide to become a judge, sometimes you only get about 30 seconds to see a goat, define the design, and see what you like about it or what you don't like about it, and then be able to tell about it on the microphone. And that's sometimes hard to do, but all of you did a great job. And I know some of you come from a class that's the intermediate. Some's out here for the first time. You guys are doing great, all of you. We talked here about the last part about setting up the feet. For me, as a judge, or whether I'm showing, I want to make sure that that leg that is closest to the judge is set up first. That's true in cattle. That's true in sheep. You want to make sure you get that leg that's closest to the judge. If I'm on the front corner, you don't want to be working on those back legs as of right now. You want to get that front end set up. And then as I work around the back, make sure that is set up by the time I get there. And that'll work for you all down the road. It'll be huge. I know our granddaughter is only 7, and in the open shows this year in the IBGC, she was ranked number 1 when we got done with all the shows in showmanship. And she'll have about 35 to 40 shows underneath her belt before she's even eligible for 4-H. And she was ranked number 1 in the state this year. And she's not even old enough to show in 4-H. Her brother, iron sharpening iron, her brother came in 2nd. So he was tagging on her tail quite a bit this year. And it was really neat to see them mature. These people are going to mature throughout the show. All of you are. The young ones that's already been in here, I want to see the maturity process as this show develops. And you all have already matured a ton since you come in at the very beginning. And that's what we're looking for. Get comfortable with your goat, but don't take the edge off. Does that make sense? You want to stay sharp. I'm only supposed to pick 2, a champion in reserve. And while I'm doing that, let's put our hands together for all these exhibitors. They've done a great job today.
In your advanced meat goat showmanship division, your champion was Kirsten Duzan and reserve was Jacob Cohen. Let's give these kids a round of applause as they exit the show arena. We're going to get ready to have our supreme showman enter the show arena, and Kirsten, you are able to join them if you choose so. Entering in now is your supreme showmanship class. These are winners from previous years in their advanced division. And then Kirsten, again, reserved the right to come on up and join us. So there's an entry from David King, Haley O'Rourke, Zeke Schock, Megan Tigey, and Kirsten Duzan.
they've told me there's only going to be one coming out of this group. So the other four, or if there's going to be a reserve, don't get mad at me. Get mad at them right over here. Those are the ones you get mad at, not me. No, we're having fun out here. We've talked to each one of these, and really, they are ready for that master showman. Each one, they've done a great job. They're quick-minded. Oh my goodness, they were right on the ball. Whether it was a Boer goat going to a dairy or a dairy going to the Boer, they did a great job. I mean, just talking about their animal, they knew what they were saying. And even when I asked about the other animal, they were spot on with the quality that they wanted to see in the next animal. We are looking for the most of the best. That's what we've been looking for all day. The showman that is not going to be perfect. We know that. But we're still looking for that high quality showman that's going to be able to take a goat for anybody who wants to show an animal and do that goat justice, to make sure that it can be done the right way, whether it's in the dairy, whether it's in the meat, doesn't matter. And to me, there's one out here that just has got a presence that is just great. And I would trust this person with the genetics and animals on my farm, and I know they would do a good job and they'd get the job done to show it right. And that's true for all five, but the one I'm talking about is the one I'm going to use. You guys are great, okay? Did a great job, all of you. And there's a lot to smile about, isn't there? Good job. Excellent job. Let's put our hands together for all five. They've done an outstanding job today.
Great job, all of our Supreme Showmen. Our champion Supreme Showman is Megan Tigey. So everybody will need to come on out on Friday evening and join us for the Master Showmanship contest and watch Megan represent your goat breed. At this time, all of our showmen are going to exit, and we're going to start with our Junior Bordeaux division. First into the ring is our 0 to 3 months age group with an exhibit from Kirsten Duzan. At this time, if all other Junior Bordeaux could be in the makeup area.
This is a nice single entry for this young lady. Let's give her a nice round of applause to get this show started. This goat is really nice through her front end, very extended, nice and elegant. We talked to a young lady, maybe a little bit more bone, but this is a percentage. And we know that they're not always going to have that mass. But this one extremely nice over her top, got a lot of rib shape about her, really nice and long in that hip, and that's what we really appreciate about this doe, just how true she is all the way through. And nice and balanced. Congratulations. Let's put our hands together one more time. Good way to get this show started.
In our 0 to 3 month age division, first place was Kirsten Duzan. At this time, we are going to have our 3 to 6 months into the show arena. This is an entry from Cody Boone, Stephanie Boone, Kirsten Duzan, David King, Jacob Colin, 2 from Gage Gearhart, and 1 from Addison Metzger.
What a really nice class, 3 to 6, and these girls are monsters. We really like what we see all the way down. The goat we use, though, is actually the most complete animal in the class. We start analyzing the front end, how wide and massive she is. Yes, she's elegant through that front. She carries a really nice extension, and the neck comes right into the top of the shoulder. That's what we're looking for. They're thriftier animals when they're more erect out of that front end. Really nice, bold top. You get your hands on her, she is by far the widest in the class. When you analyze her from the back side, she's got the widest pin set, and she's more correct in that hock as she tracks away. Just a really nice goat. Congratulations. The goat that comes in second, this is one. Go ahead and get him moving out, John. As we look at the goat that comes in second, this is one she's just a really broody animal. We love the mid section. She's got just a lot of spring of rib about her. She's just a little soft over that rack area, but where she excels is through that middle portion and that front end also. That neck comes right on top of the shoulder. If we could maybe fix that pin set and widen that out, that'd make her a little more true in that hock as we view her from the rear. As well as the goat that comes in third. A little smaller made, but really a nice animal, eye appealing. Like I said, she's smaller, just a little younger. You can tell that by the adolescence in her head. But this is one extended through that front, got a really nice rib shape, but she gets a little tight for me in that pin set. We'd like to pull her out and make that hock a little more true and a little more correct in that pastern as she puts the feet down. Goat that comes in fourth, this is one that is another broody type. We love the front end. We like the extension. She gets a little soft in that rear pastern that we talked to the young man about. And just a little bit short in that hip, and it takes her out of balance. We'd like to lengthen that hip for the length of spine that she has and just fix her right there in that rear quarter. As well as the goat that comes in fifth. This is one, we love the boldness of front end. She's massive up there. That's kind of where it stops. She gets really soft in that rack area, and the hip shortens up quite a bit. We'd like to lengthen it out and level it out. Really like the hip shape or the mass in that rump, but we'd like to fix the hip there. And as we look at the rest of the class, these are goats that just need more width and more muscling over that top side to move them ahead, but they're still younger. They got a lot of time to go. Let's put our hands together for this whole class. Did an outstanding job. Congratulations. Good job.
In our 3 to 6 months age division, first was Kirsten Duzan, second Stephanie Boone, third David King, fourth Cody Boone, fifth Addison Metzger, sixth Jacob Colin, seventh Gage Gerhardt, and eighth Gage Gerhardt. This is our 6 to 9 months age division. There's an entry from Bella Berkey, Madison Berkey, Mackenzie Berkey, Addison Metzger, Callie Suter, John Tigey, and Megan Tigey. At this time, if our yearling Boer does can start making their way up to the holding area, please.
Well, you have to appreciate the size of this goat, but actually, when you get your hands on her, that's when you really appreciate the mass. She's really nice through that front end. She is so solid over her top. She gets maybe just a little coarse in that shoulder, but as much mass and muscle that's in this goat, we got to put her in that first place hole. She's the most stout in that hip. She's more correct in that pin set. We're going to hear about that all night long. Here's the reason why. These are females. We need to make sure that pin set is wide enough for the birthing canal to stay open. 99.9% of all the fatalities in the goat world, when they die in the canal, it's because the pin set is too narrow. Sometimes it's because they're too fat. That only complicates trouble. But when that pin set is too narrow, that's the last part of the canal for the baby to come out of, and they just can't do it. It's too tight. And it lines up that hock. When that hip and pin is lined up, when it is square, that hock will be out, it'll be correct, and it'll be straight. When that pin set is too narrow, they will hock in every time. And that's the trouble. A lot of times we have that front end or that front 2/3 is great. We run out of gas on that rear end. And that's happening throughout the entire industry of the Boer goat world. Trying to find one that's wide in that pin set to match with the rest of them. And young lady, you did that tonight. Congratulations. The goat that comes in second, this is one we really like the broodiness about her. She's really nice to that front. She's elegant and head up. She just doesn't have near the length nor the width as our class winner, but one that sets in that really second hole really nice for how wide she is throughout. Congratulations. Goat that comes in third. This is one that just kind of runs out of gas. Yet she's quality enough to get in that third place hole. We really like the extension she has, and where she excels is on the move. She's really fluid in her motion. She's nice in that shoulder. We just need more of her. Give her some more mass and more length, and just pull her apart. As well as the goat, to me, when this goat walked in, she's going to win the class as a profile goat. She just doesn't have near the width throughout, and where she kind of runs out of gas is what we talked about there in that rear leg. But for profiling, this is spot on. Really like the way she looks as she motors around the ring. We just need more of her. And as we look at the rest of the group, we just need to pull them apart, give them some more mass on top and throughout. Congratulations, though. Let's put our hands together for this 6 to 9. They've done a great job.
In our 6 to 9 month division, first was exhibited by Addison Metzger, second by Johnny Tigey, third by Madison Berge, fourth by Megan Tigey, fifth by Callie Suter, sixth by Bella Berkey, and seventh by Mackenzie Berkey. In our 6 to 9 month division, we have one entry from Gage Gerhardt. At this time, we're going to start lining up our championship drive for our drive Boer goats. If all of our yearling Bordeaux and our senior Bordeaux could be in the makeup area at this time, please. In our 6 to 12 month age group, our first place entry was Gage Gerhardt. At this time, we are doing our championship drive. In the show arena at this time are the first place entries from our 0 to 3 month group from Kirsten Duzan, our 3 to 6 month group from Kirsten Duzan, our 6 to 9 months group from Addison Metzger, and our 9 to 12 month of Gage Gerhardt. These are your second place animals entering at this time. Your second place 3 to 6 month is exhibited by Stephanie Boone, and your second place 6 to 9 months by John Pygmy.
Well, this is your junior drive, and I really like what I see out here on this front line. I know we got some single entries on the top and the end, but the two there in the middle, we just talked these classes. We don't need to talk them again. We're looking for the most of the best, that muscling throughout, that overall dimension and width. Our champion and our reserve is really, they're different in their look, but the quality is still high, and that's what we're after. I know a lot of judges wants to match them up all the time. I don't necessarily have to do that. I'm still looking for the most of the best. And what I see out here is exactly what I would like to have back at my farm. There's going to be just a little bit difference, but when you start putting them underneath that buck that's going to stamp out those good goats year after year after year, that's what we're after. Let's put our hands together for this junior drive, and I'll get your champion reserve.
In your junior Bordeaux division, your champion was exhibited by Addison Metzger, and your reserve by Kirsten Duzan. At this time, we're moving on with our yearling Boers. This is our 16 to 20 months class. There's an entry from Cody Boone, Stephanie Boone, Hayden Chickenons, David King, and Megan Tigey.
super set of 5 out here. Really like every one of these animals. There are just a few things that changes for me. The goat that wins this class, you really start at the head. Got that really nice Roman set, wide in that nostril, has the most width between the eyes, the most width in the horn set, and she carries it all the way through. She's true in that top line. She's extremely bold in that rib shape. And when you get right behind her, she's wider in that pin set. Really like this goat a lot. Congratulations. Goat that comes in second. This is one that is very attractive through that front end. She may not have the width as our class winner, but one that is more correct as she walks around the show ring, especially on the hock. We really like how wide she is throughout. Just need to be a little bit wider, contend with our first place goat. Here's a really nice profile on them also. You really like how that neck comes out of the top of the shoulder. She wants to break right there in that rack area a little bit. Gets that top line just a little out of kilter, but when you get your hands on her, she has a massive loin. It's wanting to bulge a little bit more than we'd like and make her a little more smooth over that top, but she's really nice in that front 2/3. Need to widen that pin set, give her a little more muscle in that rear leg. The goat that comes in fourth, this is one I really like how nice and true she is over her top line. We may not see the explosion in that chest floor as the goat's ahead of her, but she's very attractive profiling. I do like how wide she is in that hock. We just need to give her some more width and dimension from the shoulder back to the hip. Gets just a little bit out of balance. The goat that comes fifth, this is a very nice animal, and I'm sure going to produce some good kids. We just need to blow her apart, give her some more width, some more length. Just a really nice, hardy female. Just need more of her. Congratulations. Let's put our hands together for all 5 of these exhibitors. Done a great job in this early yearling division.
In your 16 to 20 month division, first place was David King, second was Hayden Chickadance, third was Megan Tigey, fourth was Stephanie Boone, and fifth was Cody Boone. David will also be your champion yearling, and Hayden will be your reserve champion yearling. At this time, this is the 24 to 3 year entry in our senior Boers by Jacob Colin. At this time, if we could have our junior pygmy does into the makeup area, please.
Well, this is outstanding blackhead. You see this goat on the move. She's very fluid in that shoulder, really stout in that spine. She's kidded already. Enormous front end for this stage of the game. It's hard to bring them back after they've kidded, but she's got a really nice udder, dried up nice. It's high and tight, but the volume this girl is carrying, my goodness. This is what they're supposed to look like. And the hip lays in super nice and balanced, very square in that hock. And maybe a little deeper in the twist, but my goodness, once you get them this nice, I'm just nitpicking. This is a very nice goat. Let's put our hands together for this young man. Did an outstanding job. Great job, sir.
In our 24 to 3 year division, first place was Jacob Colin. This time, if we could get the 3 to 5 year old entry from Stephanie Boone.
Well, it's another single entry, but what a single entry. This is a really nice feminine goat. Really love how she comes right out of the top of the shoulders. Look, a lot of mass in that chest floor. It carries back to a really wide rack. Tremendous on her back legs. Really widen that pin set. Congratulations. That's a dandy. I told her if somebody had a herd of these, he could do a lot for the industry. Congratulations. Let's put our hands together for this young lady. Outstanding goat.
In our 3 to 5 year division, your first place was exhibited by Stephanie Boone. At this time, we are going to select our champion and reserve champion, Senior Doe.
Well, this is outstanding senior drive. When you get these two as high quality as they are, they can stand a lot of competition. I analyze these two just from a breeder point, and that's really where they're at. Yet these are in really great show shape. They're not really obese, and they've been doing their job. They're fresh looking, and that's what we're after. We're looking for a goat that is doing their job and still have that elegance about them that comes out here and just puts on a show for us. And these young people probably already know, but being a blackhead or a paint, that's money in the bank. You get the right buck to throw color right now, it is going crazy. And when you have this much quality in the blacks or the tradition or the spots or the paints, there's a lot of money to be made, or there's a lot of quality to be produced, and that's where we kind of run into trouble with colored animals. Years ago, they wouldn't even put a traditional and a paint together. They were separated, paperwork and everything. Not just percentage and full bloods, but paints and traditionals. They were separated completely with the ABGA. And then as the Americans, as they are, they want pretty. We just do. We want to color them up. We want to spruce them up. We want to do as much as we can genetically and modify them to where we like them, and color is in right now. The old South Africans back in the 50s, when these were developed, to be quite honest, either one of these, when they would be born, they'd knock them in the head and throw them in the weeds. They didn't want to mess with color, because this color brings in genetics that are not always good. Fish teats, bad bites, folded ears, you name it. It goes, and the bad characteristics seem to stick together. But genetically, we have come a long way very quick. Today, we don't knock them in the head. That's our pride and joy if we get some color in the barn. We tend to run more traditional, to be quite honest. And if you get a good colored animal, you have something special. You really do. Out here, it's really a preference for me. Do I like the longer body, the more elegance to the front end, or do we like that broody heifer look that, I mean, just a lot of mass and dimension about her? We're going to use the blackhead for champion, the paint for reserve, just a tremendous set. Can't go wrong with either one. She's just the one I prefer. Congratulations, young man. Love the broodiness about her. Great job.
Thank you.
Put your stuff away and come right back.
In your senior division, your champion was exhibited by Jacob Colin and reserved by Stephanie Boone. At this time, we are going to have our championship drive for our Boer goats. If I could get the champion junior from Addison Metzger and the reserve champion from Kirsten Duzan in our junior division. Our champion from David King and our reserve champion from Hayden Chickadance in our yearling division. And our champion from Jacob Colin and reserve from Stephanie Boone in the senior division, please. At this time in the makeup area, we need all junior pygmies and all yearling pygmies. In the makeup area, all junior pygmies and all yearling pygmies.
Let's put our hands together. This is outstanding drive out here. If you're wanting to get into the Boer goat business, these 6 right here will definitely do it for anybody. I don't care who you are. These are outstanding animals out here. Phenotypically, we got boldness, we got mass, we got muscle, we got top lines. I mean, just you get your hands on any one of these, and you can't span the width, much less the length. It's amazing. Each one of these just has so much to offer. And you know that loin is your top cut, that rear leg is your second cut, that front assembly is your third. And we put so much emphasis on that top line, yet you got to have a complete animal. That nice Roman head shape, the width in that eyes, the nostril, that really nice deep jaw. It all starts with the head for Anita and I. When we get back to the farm, we look for those pretty heads, those really nice big, that Roman nose coming down, and that ruggedness about our bucks. And the more rugged your buck is, the more feminine does he's going to produce. Just the way it works. God put this together right. And somebody must have some outstanding bucks to put the femininity we see out here in the show ring today. This is really nice to see this much power and width and just natural muscling. There's a pair out here that I like pretty good. The overall mass and just the length of loin, the width of loin how true they are in the hawk. We're looking for the most of the best today, but these young people have done an outstanding job. I'll get your grand, I'll get your reserve. Let's put our hands together one more time for these young people. Outstanding doe.
For our grand champion drive, your grand champion Boer doe was exhibited by David King and reserved by Addison Metzger. At this time, we're going to start with our Pygora class. We're going to have our junior does enter the show arena. There's an entry from Sonora Sadowski and 2 from Tanner Sadowski. Once we complete our Pygora division, we are going to take a brief break just to wet down the sawdust again. It's getting a little dusty and things like that, so we'll take like a 3 to 5 minute break depending on how long that takes, no more than 5 minutes.
Well, these are Pygoras. If you've not seen them before, they crossed them with an Angora and a Pygmy, and they're actually a good substitute for meat and with the hair quality or what we would call that the fiber coming off of them. And with the Angora, state fair rules, a lot of times for county rules, they want a 4 ounce clipping from that goat. Whether it's cleaned or uncleaned, it's really up to the county how they do that. But we still want to analyze the fiber that they're producing. They want a high quality mat, really with a nice length about it. We know these are young, so the length is not there, but the quality is still high. And so we're looking at two windows when we start analyzing. They need to be that nice width about them because they're pygmies, and the meat quality needs to be there, but a high quality coat. And so the young lady in that first place hole matches both of those. Has the most width and dimension, really nice and true on the feet and legs, with the highest quality of hair from just my looking at it, just a very brief on that top right side. And I use the same area on all three animals. And this goat just fits the bill very nice for that first place hole. The goat that comes in second, a little smaller framed, maybe not the coloration that we desire. We'd like to have a little more charcoal, but this is one that the fiber is very nice. We just need to have a little bit more body mass throughout for that pygmy world to match up with our class winner. The goat that comes in third, this one is very broody, got a lot of depth, but not as true when you start analyzing the body type in that front end. It gets out of balance, and that hair quality is not as high as the goats ahead of them, but still a nice trio. Let's put our hands together for these young people as they exit the gate. They did a great job today in this Pygora class. This is single entry, but this is a really nice animal. You start analyzing the conformation and the body type she is. She just puts a lot of things together for me in my mind. We analyze that front end, the way she ties into that shoulder. Very thrifty, yet she maintains a really nice spring of rib, and the coat quality is extremely nice. Really like the way that it lays in, yet the fiber is extremely uniform all the way throughout. Congratulations, young lady. That's a dandy. Let's put our hands together for this young lady. Did a great job.
In your yearling division, in the 12 to 18 months, Sonora Sadowski took first, and she will also be your champion yearling Pygora. At this time, we're going to have our grand champion Pygora drive. So I need the junior champion of Tanner Sadowski and the reserve of Sonora Sadowski, and the senior champion, or yearling champion from Sonora Sadowski.
Well, this is all we have for the Pygoras, but this has really been a nice drive. These are starting to get some traction in a lot of ways. You start looking at the fiber and the harvest of this fiber. It's really desirable in a lot of areas, and we're just not yet caught up with all of it like it is in Europe, but it is coming to America slowly but steady. But when you start analyzing the two here on the front line, we're going to go with the older doe to win for champion, the younger doe for reserve, but still a high quality coat with great conformation. Congratulations to these young people, done an outstanding job in this Pygora. Let's put our hands together for all of them.
Our grand champion, Pygora, was exhibited by Sonora Sadowski and reserved by Tanner Sadowski. At this time, we're going to go ahead and take a brief break. We're going to wet down the sawdust to help cut down on some of the dust, so we will return in 5 minutes. At this time in the makeup area, we need to be lining up our junior pygmy does, please. At this time in the makeup area, can we start lining up our junior pygmy does? In the show arena at this time, this is your junior pygmy does, 0 to 6 months of age. There's 2 entries from Jake Boomer, 2 from Heather Cox, and 1 from Paige Pressel. In the makeup area, we should have all of our yearling pygmy does and all of our senior pygmy does.
Well, this is a really good way to get this pygmy show started. The two that come in here first and second, really they're a lot alike in many, many ways. But the goat that wins just comes at us with more of that chest floor that we're needing, that really wide base. And she carries it all the way back. She's really long spined, which is kind of out of characteristics of the pygmy, but she maintains that nice cobby look and a really short cannon bone, the bone right below the knee, above the dew claw in that front leg. Extremely square from the back end. Just a really nice goat. Congratulations. Goat that comes in second is really close to her in type and kind. When we start analyzing her, she doesn't have near the length of spine nor near as square on those back legs, but still nice over that top line and very bold in that front end. Goat that comes in third. This is one I'm sure is the youngest in the class. She's got the most immature head, but she is really square in that front and on the back end. Maybe just give her a little more length of spine and give her a little bit more length of loin. I know these sometimes can become pets, but we're still looking at it as a market animal or a meat animal. And this one we just need more length of spine to compare with the two ahead of her, as well as the two on the rear side of this. These goats just don't have near the width base or the size bone that we need to move them up. But these are good functional females. There's a lot of time that they can change and become that really broad and wide-based animal, but right now they just need a little more substance. Congratulations. Let's put our hands together for this class. Did a great job getting this Pygmy goat show started. Thank you.
In our 0 to 3 months age division, our first place was exhibited by Heather Cox, second by Heather Cox, third by Paige Pressel, fourth by Jake Boomer, and fifth by Jake Boomer. In our 6 to 12 month class, we have one entry from Jacqueline Mathai.
Well, this is a really nice goat. We talked to a young lady. We actually visited during the showmanship, and we would like to maybe take some height off of her and shrink her down a little bit. But this is still a nice big bone girl. I asked her how she was doing. She said, my goat's crazy right now. And sometimes they just get around other goats and they just don't know how to handle it. But this is still a very nice animal. We love how she's tied into that shoulder, really long spine. If we could shrink her down and give her some more width, that'd be all right. But still a nice goat. Congratulations. Let's put our hands together for this young lady. Did a great job.
Our 6 to 12 months division, your first place entry was exhibited by Jacqueline Mathai. At this time, we are going to select our champion junior and reserve champion Pygmy doe. If I could get the first and second place from the 0 to 6 month division from Heather Cox and the first place 6 to 12 month entry, please. At this time, if we could make sure all the myotonic goats are in the makeup area, please.
Well, as the young lady's pulling that second place goat in, we're going to stay with this upper pair for our champion and our reserve. We just like the height that they're at, just the broodiness, the overall width and dimension. Congratulations. But let's put our hands together for all three of these exhibitors. Did a great job in this junior drive. Congratulations. Good job.
Your champion and reserve champion, Junior Pygmy doe, was exhibited by Heather Cox. At this time, we are going to have our yearling, 12 to 18 months, enter into the show arena. There are 2 entries from Heather Cox, 2 from Elijah Harper, 1 from Evanil Lawley, and 1 from Jacqueline Mathai.
as we get into this class, 12 to 18 month, the black one just comes in and pretty well dominates. I really like how wide she is. She's the most correct in that height, and she's got enough spine in her to keep her in that first place hole. She's really square and definitely the largest bone and biggest footed in the class. Congratulations. The goat that comes in second, this is a nice profiling animal. We'd like to maybe shrink her down a little bit, but she fits the type and kind as her class winner. We'd like to just bring that cannon bone down and give her a lot less height about her, and that's true for the rest of the class. We need to shrink them down and give them less leg height. These are pygmies. They need to be a lot shorter, and that skull needs to be super wide, and this is where she fits with our class winner today. The goat that comes in third, likewise, she gets just a little bit taller in that shoulder and that hip. We'd like to shrink him down. John, if you want to go ahead and get him out. And as we look at the goat that is actually kidded, she has kidded, right? Or is that just a precocious udder? That's what I thought. This is a girl in her working clothes. She's done the job she's supposed to do. But again, she's too tall, a little finer bone, like to pull her apart and give her less height. The two here, more width in that chest floor. More width in that loin as you look in the hind leg also. Just need more width throughout. Congratulations, though. Let's put our hands together for these. They've done a great job in this yearling division.
First place in our 12 to 18th month division was Heather Cox. Second was Jacqueline Mathai. Third was Heather Cox. Fourth was Ebony Alali. Fifth was Elijah Harper. And sixth was Elijah Harper. We have one entry in our 18 to 24 months, and that's exhibited by Elijah Harper.
Another single entry for this young fella. This 18 to 24 month old. We're right in the ballpark of where these goats should be being introduced to a buck, and that's what we was talking about. Pretty soon she'll be in there, and they need to, start having these babies. And this goat still maybe a little bit too tall for that ideal pygmy height, but this one's still got a lot of loin, a nice leg on her, just like to shrink her down and give her a little more width, but a nice single entry. Let's put our hands together for this young man. Did an outstanding job in this older yearling division.
In our 18 to 24 month division, first place was Elijah Harper. At this time, if we could have our 12 to 18 month first place winner from Heather Cox and our second from Jacqueline Mathai into the show arena so we can pick our champion Pygmy Yearling doe.
Well, we won't have to take too much time on this. When we see this black one come in this yearling drive, she's the more desirable height, the right width, the most bone. She's going to be our champion, and we're going to stay in that class for our reserve. We have a lot more loin and leg in that second place goat, so this will be our champion yearling and our reserve over on this side. Congratulations. Let's put our hands together for all three of these exhibitors. Did a great job in this yearling drive.
Your champion yearling was exhibited by Heather Cox and reserved by Jacqueline Mathai. We're going to move on to our seniors. This is our 24 to 3-year age division. We have an entry from Heather Cox, Jacqueline Mathai, and Paige Pressel.
And we're going to use this black to win this class. You look at the shoulder height and the hip height, they're really close in all three. This one has just a lot more bone about her, bigger foot, definitely a wider chest floor, and more width throughout. She carries a really wide pin set and very nice in that hock. Just a really good goat. Congratulations. The goats that come in second and third, these two types are really alike. We don't see near the width in that chest floor, but they're really strong over their top. We just like to pull them apart in that chest and give them more width all the way through. The second over third, she's just got a wider hip. Really like the hind saddle in her, and she's more true in that hock. Congratulations. The goat that comes in third, we just like to see more width and dimension from that chest floor all the way back. And actually, she's at the time where she needs to be bred and get some kids out of her, but still a nice trio. Let's put our hands together for all three of them. Did a great job.
In our 24 months to 3 years of age, first place was Jacqueline Mathai, second Heather Cox, third Paige Pressel. This is our 3 to 5 year division. We have 2 entries from Madison Havlin, one from Ebony Lawley, one from Jacqueline Mathai, and one from Paige Pressel.
Well, phenotypically, this is the one we've been looking for. You really like the way that she is so feminine through that front and that neck, comes right out of the top of the shoulders, and then pow, she comes in a really wide chest for, nice and low to the ground, extremely nice over that top, and you get right behind her. She doesn't disappoint you, and because she's kidded, really like the way that attachment is. I know this is not a dairy side, but that udder is very nice. Congratulations. Nice goat. Goat that comes in second. This is one that's a little more extended through that front, a little more height, but she's got such a powerhouse of the loin in her. She's extremely bold in that front end. Really like the foot and bone size. If we could shrink her down a little bit and give her that right size, it definitely fit the bill, but she's just so big boned, we got to get her in that second hole. Goat that comes in third. This is one that's nice and level and true over top, but she actually gets just a tick out of balance, and I want to explain this. When you start analyzing how long she is in her body, she has just a little short neck. We'd like to give her some more length of neck to balance up that body. She don't have near the bone as a goat in second, but this is one that's nice and broody throughout, just like to balance her out. And that's where these two are the same way. We love the front 2/3 of these animals. They get short-hipped. We'd like to give them some more length and bring that pin set up a little more and make them more true and development and just bring that pin set up, but still nice females. Let's put our hands together for these young people who did an outstanding job in this older class.
In your 3 to 5-year-old division, first place is Ebony Alali, second Jacqueline Mathai, third Madison Havlin, fourth Madison Havlin, and fifth Paige Pressel. We have 2 entries in our 5 and over. Both entries are from Paige Pressel.
We're going to leave them just like that. Young lady, you're going to be number 1. Another young lady, you're going to be second. This black doe just comes in. She's at the right height. She's got the most bone about her. She's wider in that front end. Really like the way she's brought that neck right into the top of the shoulders. Just balances out nice. Congratulations to that second place goat. We just like to maybe bring that rump and that hind set and that pin up a little more to give that more levelness of hip, but still 2 outstanding. They're older than 5 years old to be out here. That's a great job. Congratulations for these older animals. Let's put our hands together for this duo. They did a great job with this older class.
In your 5 and over class, first was Paige Pressel, second was Paige Pressel. At this time, we are going to select our champion and reserve senior Pygmy. I need the first and second place entries from the 24 months to 3 years age. First place, Jacqueline Mathai. Second place, Heather Cox. In the show arena, our first place 3 to 5-year-old from Ebony Alali, and our second from Jacqueline Mathai, and our first and second 5 and over from Paige Pressel.
Well, this is a powerhouse senior drive. You start analyzing these goats, the top line, the conformation, just how wide they are through that front, that muzzle. That eye set is so important because if they're balanced and they're the right width in that eye set, that'll carry all the way through into that loin. And we really like what we see on this front line, especially. There's a goat out here to me just dominates the foot size, the bone, the conformation. We analyze the entire animal for what it is, and the one that just hits the most of the best for me is going to come out of the center hole. She's going to be your champion today. Congratulations. For me, it gets a little tighter. Why don't you go ahead, young lady, and pull on out, and let's pull this goat over. This is where it gets a little tighter for me once we start analyzing these goats and their conformation, trying to match one up with so much power. And we talked about the udder in that doe, just how nice it is throughout. But when you analyze the black right here in the front hole, she's going to be our reserve. She just follows the type and kind. Congratulations on all of these exhibitors done a great job. I think the little one's hungry. Let's put our hands together for these senior exhibitors. Did a great job.
Your champion Pygmy Senior Doe was exhibited by Ebony Lawley and reserved by Jacqueline Mathai. At this time, we are going to select our grand champion Pygmy Doe. I need the junior first and second, or junior champion in reserve of Heather Cox. I need the yearling champion of Heather Cox, the yearling reserve champion of Jacqueline Mathai, the champion senior from Ebony Lawley, and the reserve from Jacqueline Mathai.
This has been a fun pygmy show. We analyze the youngest to the oldest. There's a pair out here to me just has the most power. Bone, the top line is massive. Just really like how these goats are put together front to back. And, not to take away from any of the others, we're just still looking for the most of the best. That quality, the conformation, the width, that big nostril, the longevity. It's got to be all built into one animal. And for your Supreme and your Reserve, I'll go shake their hands. But let's put our hands together for all 6 of these exhibitors. Done an outstanding job.
Your Grand Champion Pygmy Doe was exhibited by Ebony Olali and reserved by Jacqueline Mathai. At this time, we're moving on to our Myotonic division. This is our juniors. We have 1 entry from Shania Kressel in the 3 to 6 months. Yes. At this time, we need any mother-daughter participants, any produce of dam participants, and any best meat goat herd participants in the makeup arena, please.
This is a really nice 5-month-old doe. You analyze this animal, really nice to that front end, long and extended out that front, extremely wide in that hip. Just a really nice female. Congratulations. Let's put our hands together for this young lady. Did a great job in this myotonic class. Thank you. Another single entry, but this is also a nice female, really nice and level over that top. Nice balance throughout the extension out of the front end. Does anybody know about these myotonic or the fainting goats? They're really an insurance animal for sheep herders. The couple boys down in Tennessee actually mutated a genetic, and it's not in their mind, it's in their muscles. They'll lock up, and they actually appear like they're fainting. And that's where they get the word fainting goat from. But it's a genetic mutation, the myotonic. And so when a coyote or something will come into the sheep herd, it'll freak these goats out. They'll end up on their side or just hunker down, and they're froze stiff. They can't move. But their mind is conscious. They know exactly what's going on the entire time. And the sheep will run off or the goats will run off, and the myotonic's left behind. It's more of an insurance than anything. That's kind of sad to think about, but that's what they're being used in the larger herds today, especially out west. This is just a really nice goat, broad all the way through, nice muscling throughout. Congratulations. Another nice single entry. Let's put our hands together for this young lady. Did a great job. Well, we can see this is for the myotonic drive. We can see genetic improvement when we start analyzing the young one. And I think the young lady said this is the baby and that's the mother. and we just see a nice wider base in that hind saddle compared. So the young one's going to be our champion. The mother's going to be reserve champion. And really, if we breed them right, this is the way it should work all the time. Congratulations. They did a nice job of this project. Let's put our hands together for these two. They did a great job.
Your grand champion, Myotonic, was exhibited by Shania Kressel. That was her junior. And your reserve was exhibited by Shania Kressel, and that was her yearling. At this time, we're going to start our mother-daughter class. We have an entry from Stephanie Boone, Heather Cox, Shania Kressel, Evania Lawley, Jacqueline Mathai, and Paige Kressel. Again, in the makeup area, we need the produce of dam class and the best meat goat herd, please.
Okay, they just told me there's going to be a champ looking at the mother-daughter. We're looking for a genetic improvement. We do kind of remember these goats in their class and what they did out here, and that has some bearing on it, but we're still looking at the mother and genetic improvement in that daughter. No matter what the buck, we still want to see a good quality female to start the program and then see that genetic, how good she is to reduplicate herself or even better. And that's what we're looking for. And you know, if we do our job right as breeders, every junior doe should win every show if we do our job. No matter if it's Boer goats or Pygmies, doesn't matter. If we're doing our job as breeders, the next generation should always be better. But sometimes that doesn't happen. And you get a really good female, and it's just hard to duplicate itself. But we do have one out here. I remember them in class. Yet we see genetic improvement and just the overall confirmation just on how good they were all the way through. And we're still looking for that really good mother, but a better doe kid. Mother-daughter class is one of my favorites. I'll get your champion, but let's put our hands together for this drive out here, this outstanding drive. High quality from top to bottom.
Your champion mother-daughter was exhibited by Heather Cox. We're going to go ahead and have them leave the show arena at this time. At this time, we're going to have the produce of dam class start to enter. We have an entry from Cody Boone, Heather Cox, and Madison Havlin.
Well, this is produce of dam, and when we start analyzing this, we're looking at two high-quality females. Um, just the quality for both sides needs to be really high. And we're looking for a matched pair, if we could say that, but yet there could be some phenotypical differences, but we still want that uniformity and really good conformation. And for me today, the pair right here in the center, that's going to be our champion. Congratulations. Those two are just hard to get around no matter what size they are. Congratulations to all three of them.
In your produce of dam class, your champion is Heather Cox. At this time, we're going to bring in our best meat goat herd. There's an entry from Stephanie Boone, Heather Cox, Gage Gearhart, Elijah Harper, and Jacqueline Mathai. We're going to start our weather program after that. We are going to start with our lightweight weathers. So at this time, if we can get our lightweight and our medium light and our medium weight class into the makeup area for our weathers.
Now here's where it gets really exciting. This is the best herd. So you take your top three goats, what you think is the best, and one goat, if it's not the same quality as the other two, can bring the herd down really quick. So we want three high quality females. We want really the best of the best out here. And to me, there is a trio out here that just does so much for the industry in the meat world, and that's what we're looking for, the most of the best with the trio as a one. So all three are going to be one animal or one group, and so that's the way we're going to pick it. And it's just one champion, right? Don't place them, just one. Let's put our hands together as I get our champion herd for these young people. Did a great job.
Your best meat goat herd was exhibited by Stephanie Boone. Lining up at this time, we need our lightweight, 35 to 46 pounds. At this time, we're going to have our lightweight class, our 35 to 46 pound entries. Come on into the show arena. We have 2 entries from Jacqueline Mathai and 1 from Evania Lawley. Enter now. And makeup area, we should have all lightweight, medium light.
These little ones are getting tired out here. We can tell that. So we don't need to walk them any further. We get a hold of this fella. This guy, I know that the breed standard, they still need to be shorter to the ground, but when you have this much mass on the top side and carries the widest hind saddle, we got to use this guy to win the class. This is amazing how big that loin is to be this far along in the game and have that much muscle. Congratulations, young lady. That's a dandy. The goat that comes in second follows the type and kind, but just kind of runs out of gas compared to her class winner. Actually, these two match up better. We don't see near the explosion in that front end, but enough mass to carry that second place hole, and as well as a third place. Just need to pull them apart and give them some more muscling throughout, but still a nice trio. Let's put our hands together for these young people. This is the only Pygmy class, but still a nice way to get started in the weather world. Thank you.
In your lightweight class, first was exhibited by Ebony Lally, second by Jacqueline Mathai, and third by Jacqueline Mathai. We are now moving into lightweight class 1. These are 50 to 58 pounds. We have an entry from Madison Berkey, Sophia Tukalski, Max Byers, David King, Elliot Pierce, Emma Rakowski, and Rihanna Wilson.
really dynamic pair here at the top end. The young lady starts this class with one that just has so much muscling, about a half inch longer than that loin, more finished than that rib. You know, at this lightweight age, none of them are finished, but he definitely has the most twist. When you look at the depth that it comes down that rear leg, he's got more inner thigh muscle. He's just going to have a lot more meat and muscle when you get him on the rail than the goat that comes in second. Like the way this guy looks, really handles nice, just doesn't have the depth of loin nor the width or the length of our first place goat, but we do like the bone work. The good days for him is ahead, just not today to get over that first place goat. Goat that comes in third, this is one that's really nice to handle, just don't have near the rib that we see in the goats ahead of him, nor the length of loin. He gets really short right there from that 13th rib to that hip, just need more time at the feed bunk. And as we look at the rest of the class, these goats are just green. They got a tall cannon bone. We just need more meat and muscle throughout, more time at the feed bunk to get them ahead. But this is the lightweight division. It sometimes happens like this. Let's put our hands together for all 7 of these. Did a great job as they go on out the gate. Great job.
In Class 1 lightweights, your first place was exhibited by Madison Berkey, second by David King, third by Emma Rakowski, fourth by Sophia Tukowski, fifth by Max Byers, sixth by Elliot Pierce, and seventh by Brianna Wilson. At this time, we're going to have our medium lightweight class. These are 61 to 68 pounds. We have an entry from Benjamin Weinhoff Pierce, Carolyn Rakowski, Callie Suter, Madison Berkey, Christopher Lapelt, Julia Pierce, and Mackenzie Berkey. At this time, all remaining wethers need to be in the makeup area. At this time, all remaining wethers need to be in the makeup area. Just a reminder that after the weather show, you have an hour to declare your goats, and you will declare them at this table right over here with myself and Mr. Gerhardt.
Wow, what a pair. I come down to where I just needed a weight in 162 and 161. You start analyzing these two together, and the way that neck comes into that shoulder, the 1/2, there's more extension out of that neck, a little more boldness in that forearm when you start analyzing that chest floor. About the same width when you start analyzing that chest all the way back. You put your hands in between that front leg, and you get a really nice solid chest. You Here's where one excels over two also. From that 13th rib back to the hip, there's about an inch difference in length, but two goat has more depth of loin. The width is about the same. We're going to get more cuts just because that inch long in that loin from that 13th rib back. Where we see a better twist on the first place goat, there's not as much inner thigh muscle, but the depth is deeper in that twist. The goat number 2, we see that inner thigh muscle, but we'd like to see it deeper. Really nice pair. Congratulations to both of you. Goats that come in 3rd and 4th, man, they hit 2 burgers right in front of them that are just lean and mean. This fella has a huge top, big hind leg, but a lot like me, I have too much midsection waist. Okay? You know what I'm saying? Just too much belly. So even though this is a lightweight class, we're just going to throw a lot away in that midsection that we can't eat. And that's what we're wanting to do. We're trying to get him on the rail so we can see what's hanging, and he just has too much product that we're going to throw away. Big top, big hind leg, just need to shrink him down in that midsection. Goat that comes in 4th. Really like how square this one is, front to back. We just don't see the muscle dimension that we see in the goats ahead. We do like how he has shrunk down in that center section. We just need more product on that top side as well as hind leg. As the rest of these got big cannon bones. They're really green to the touch. They don't have enough fill in that when you handle them on the top side. Just need to give some more product all the way down, but still a nice class. Let's put our hands together for these exhibitors. What an exciting class from top to bottom. Congratulations.
In our medium lightweight class, 1st place was Carolyn Rakowski, 2nd, Callie Suter, 3rd, Julia Pierce, 4th, Mackenzie Berkey, 5th, Madison Berkey, 6th, Christopher Lapelt, and 7th, Benjamin Wienhoff Pierce. This is our medium weight class. These are 70 to 73 pounds. We have an entry from Christopher Lapelt, Jacob Cohen, Sophia Tukowski, Elliot Pierce, Bella Berkey, Jonathan Tigey, and Jocelyn Byers.
It is great when you can see this competition this stiff and how deep it goes all the way down. The pair here that we start with, again, there's just about an inch difference in the length of loin from that 13th rib back, and that's our top cut. We got to stress that that's where the most money is going to come out of these wethers. And right now they're about $4 a pound on the hoof. There's nothing even close to them when you're talking live weight at a sale barn week after week after week. And we're still importing 450 million ton of goat meat into America every year because we don't get the supply and demand met even close. 450 million ton of goat meat. That's processed, ready to go. The market is right here in this weight and up. This fella just really shocked me when I got my hands on him. How explosive he was when I handled that loin, when I got my hand on that leg. This fella is true. He's about to the 8th or 9th rib finish. Not quite yet, but yet this fella has the most of the best. Extremely good front end, more extension out of that top. Just a nice goat. Goat that comes in second. Really like the way this guy handled on that top side. If we could have just a little bit more length in that hip, a little more length in that loin, he'd compete for that first place hold. But that's a dandy also. The goat that comes in third, a little coarser made, just a little bit development, just a little bit change. When you see this fella through that front 2/3, you really got to like him. He gets out of balance in that hip. We don't see near the muscle in that hind leg as we see the class or the two ahead of him. But this is one that just needs just more time to develop. He's a taller, he's a leaner goat. Just need more time at the feed bunk to finish him up. The goat from right here down, we just need more product on that top side. You analyze each one of them, they just don't have near the muscle in that loin, little midsection waist for some of them, but we just need more time at the feed bunk. Really, that's all it is. Congratulations. Let's put our hands together for this group. It's been a really nice class also. Great job.
In our medium weight division, first place was Jacob Colin, second Christopher LaPelt, third Jocelyn Byers, fourth Bella Berkey, fifth John Tighe, sixth Sophia Tukowski, and seventh Elliot Pierce. This is our class 2 medium heavyweights. These are 75 to 76 pound animals. We have an entry from Gage Gearhart, one from Blake Michaels, one from Megan Tighe, one from Lane Banks, and one from Benjamin Queenhawk Pierce.
Another nice set all the way down. These two here just competed. Really, there's a lot more mass on that top. I wanted them to see the length of loin, that 13th rib back. The loin hip juncture in these two are as smooth as you can make them. They are ideal. You get right behind them. This one here definitely has more boldness in that hip. When you see that depth of twist and that inner thigh muscle, this one excels greatly over our second place goat. Not to knock him. He just needs more product in that hind end to get over this fella here. The goat that comes in second, really like how massive he is on his top. We just need more length from that 13th rib to that hip to compete with our goat here, as well as that hind leg that we just talked about. But a nice pair. The goat that comes in third, he just got hit with two really good ones because this guy is beautiful side profiling. I love the hip in him. We just need more product on the top side as well as that inner part of that lower leg to move him ahead, but a really nice goat nonetheless. Goat that comes in third and fourth. Young man said this name Shorty. That's what I was called when I was a kid, Shorty. So he named his goat after me. Ain't that cool? But this is one that has the same problem I have. He just got too much belly on him to get him ahead, and he's lacking the product on that top side to get him ahead of the three ahead of him. But he's still a nice goat. Good job. Goat that comes in fifth, this is one that just kind of runs out of gas. We don't see the explosiveness in muscling throughout, but he's got a big frame. He just needs more time at the feed bunk. He's really green to the touch. Good looking animal. We just need more feed to get more product on that top side and rear leg. A nice set of five. Let's put our hands together for these five. They did a great job in this middleweight class.
In our Class 2 medium heavyweights, first was Lane Banks, second was Blake Michaels, third was Megan Tigey, fourth was Gage Gerhardt, and fifth was Benjamin Wienhoff Pierce. Entering is our Class 1 medium heavyweights. These are 78 to 80 pounds. We have an entry from Jody Sawyer, Ethan Lucas, two from Cody Boone, and Jody Sawyer's second entry.
Well, these just kind of sorted themselves out. When you start handling these animals, this one just comes to the top. He is rock hard. When you get your hands on him, whether he's in motion or just setting up, that loin is so wide, so massive, and that loin juncture is, again, just smooth as silk. Big old hind leg, just a nice goat. Goat that comes in second. We really like the first 2/3 of this animal. Like how bold he is through that front end. Really good top in him, but he just runs out of gas on that back end. We just need more muscling to get ahead of that goat that just walked out of the gate. Goat that comes in third. This is one good made, just has a lot of waste in that midsection. We'd like to make some more of that product into that top side, in that loin. We like the big leg that he's got on him, but we just need more product in that loin to get him ahead. The two here on the bottom side, these goats are big bone, big framed. We just need more muscling on that top side to get them moving ahead. The good days for them are ahead of them. They just need more time at the feed bunk. Congratulations. Let's put our hands together for this group. Did a great job.
In your Class 1 medium heavyweights, first place was exhibited by Cody Boone, second by Cody Boone, third by Ethan Lucas, fourth by Jody Sawyer, and fifth by Jody Sawyer. At this time, this is our Class 2 heavyweights, 82 to 88 pounds. We have an entry from Julia Pierce, Stephanie Boone, Ethan Lucas, and David King.
Well, this guy comes in, he really commands the ring. He is wide front to back. You get your hands on him, he is definitely the most muscular. In that big forearm muscle, it just indicates everything else. You analyze this guy on the profile, he is super made. That extension out of the top, the really strong top line. He is the deepest twist that we've seen all night. Really, really nice in that leg. Appreciate just all the muscling we see. Goat that comes in second. He is hard to the touch when he get embraced, but not near enough finish in that rib cage to get him above our class winner. We like the extension he has out of the front, but we just need more product on the top side as well. The depth of twist is not there as a class winner. These two reds here on the end, they're big frame, big boned animals. We just need more product in that loin and in that hind leg to move them ahead, but still nice goats. Just need more feed at the feed bunk for them today. Congratulations. Let's put our hands together for these four. Did a great job in this heavyweight class.
Class 2 of your heavyweights, first place was Ethan Lucas, second David King, third Stephanie Boone, and fourth Julia Pierce. This is our Class 1 of heavyweights. These are 90 to 108 pounds. We have an entry from Stephanie Boone, Lane Banks, Mackenzie Berkey, and Gage Gerhardt.
Well, this big fella just kind of works his way up. This guy's got a massive loin. He's got a huge front end. He's not the biggest bone goat in the class, but he's got the most muscle, and that's what we're looking for. Big old hind leg in him. These are heavyweights, so you get your hands on them, and still you got to look for that midsection waist because these fellas may be packing it in the wrong place. This guy's got it all in the right place. Congratulations. That's a nice goat. Goat that comes in second. This is one that's nice made also like our class winner. We just need more product in that loin and in that rack area to get him ahead of that goat that just won. Not near the front end, but one that just carries the weight in the right spot also. Congratulations. Goat that comes in third. This is one that just gets a little bit wide in the joints, but not near enough muscle on that top side or in that rear leg to get him ahead. And I know he's the lightest one in the class, but he's still got some growing to do, some more feed to put on to get him ahead of the two that just walked out. Now, Jimbo here, he is the heaviest in the class. He's 108 pounds, and he is ready. But he's a lot like me again. See, he's got too much of that midsection waist. He's got a lot of product, but that boy is ready to go to the market, and you do a good job feeding. Let's put our hands together. All four of these young people did a great job. Keep up the good work. Good job, sir.
In Class 1 heavyweights, first place was Mackenzie Berkey, second Lane Banks, third Stephanie Boone, and fourth Gage Gerhardt. Now, if we could have Stephanie back out with the goat that she just had. This goat is going to be your rate of gain goat. She did an amazing job. She put on a 0.585 pounds per day since our check-in May. So she did a phenomenal job. Let's give her a round of applause. This is going to be our championship drive for our grand champion weather. We need our Class 2 lightweight first place entry from Evania Lawley, second place from Jacqueline Mathai, first place lightweight Class 1 from Madison Berkey, and second place from David King. Our medium lightweight first place from Caroline Rakowski, and second from Callie Suter. Our medium weight first place from Jacob Colin, and second place from Christopher Lapelt. Class 2 medium heavy, first place entry Lane Banks, second Blake Michaels. Class 1 medium heavy, first place Cody Boone, second place Cody Boone. Class 2 heavyweight, first place from Ethan Lucas, second from David King. And our Class 1 heavyweights, first place from Mackenzie Berkey and second from Lane Banks.
Well, I tell you, it's been a joy. I know we got a costume class after this, but this is the final drive for the weather side. And I want to thank John, great ringster. Let's give him a nice round of applause. John done a good job all night. Way to go, John. Come on, man. You did good. All right. And everyone that's in the background that's doing the work, the announcing did a great job. You know, the announcer is really important in a show like this to get the goats where they need to be, and sometimes they're overlooked. Young lady, you do a great job. Keep up the good work. And the goat leaders, I know Cindy Boo and some of the others that's been doing the hard work, not just today, but all year long, getting the contracts out and getting the decisions made and all the committee. Let's give them all a nice round of applause. They've done a great job in this show world in Porter County. And young people, don't forget to thank mom and dad or grandma and grandpa, who's ever paying the feed bill. Give them a nice big hug around their neck because they're making this happen for you. And we do not want to leave out any of the military. Do we have any veterans here today or maybe some active members? Let's give them a nice round of applause. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for serving. Anybody else? Anybody else? Right here? Okay, good. Hey, there's two of them. Could I shake your guys' hand and say thank you for serving? Thank you so much. That's your son. Thank you. Thank you so much. Let's give them a nice round of applause. You know, without the military fighting for the freedom that we have right now, we couldn't be doing this. A lot of countries wouldn't allow it. But here in America, we are free. If you listen to the bio of myself, I'm glad to be an American. I am glad that I am an American, that I live in the land of the free. I really am. This is the greatest country in the world. And we get to enjoy what we're doing right now. I know the hour might be late, but this is fun. This is a lot of fun for me. And I know these kids have worked hard year after year, day after day, and they sweated, sometimes even bled for this project right here. And they've done a great job. And you know, there's something happened to my wife and I when we was 19 years old. We came in contact with Jesus Christ, and He changed our life forever. And He is the biggest reason I'm here today. And that's where America needs to get back to, is to Jesus Christ. And young people, don't put it off. Know Him soon, and you will miss a lot of mud holes out there in the future. And if the Lord calls you into the military, go and serve our country. And I know that there are many that's going to go into college and go into animal husbandry or be a farmer. I thank God that every occupation that we have in America is coming to our young people, and you guys are the future. But even more importantly, you're right now. You are right now, and take all of this in, Because you can talk to some of these older people, it goes by quick, don't it? Goes by fast. Last week, our kids were little. Now I'm a grandpa. We got 7. 1 girl and 6 boys right in a row. And the last one was born just in April. And so they're making me old real fast. But boy, are we having fun. Enjoy this time. I'm serious. Enjoy it. Don't wait don't say, I can't wait till I'm 16. I got a granddaughter who's going to be 8 tomorrow. She told me, said, Pa, I can't wait to be 8. Honey, you got less than 12 hours. You can hold on that long. And then she's going to look back and say, where did it go? Because I did the same thing. Where did my childhood go? It went by fast. And I'm realizing the older I get, the faster it goes. Every day, it just seems faster and faster. Enjoy this now, young people. I know you're struggling with that goat, but I wanted to make sure that you understand that this is just fun right now. This is fun. Enjoy it. When this is no longer fun for me as a judge, I'm going to quit. I'm going to go home. I want to have fun with this project. And I hope we've done that tonight, made this fun, enjoyable. And we've learned a thing or two as we go out there and we market these animals and we breed them and we make better projects next year. And I thank God for each one of you. This has been a blessing for me, and I'm still glad to be an American. I'm glad to live in Indiana. We have the best goat genetics in the world right here in Indiana. Do you know that? 80% of all the national champions in the last decade came from Indiana. Hooray for Indiana. There ain't no other state can take that away from us. Indiana, whether you're showing goats, whether you're showing cattle or hogs, the good ones come from Indiana, and everybody knows it. I'm glad to be in Indiana. Let everybody else be whatever they want to. We're from Indiana. And we got the good genetics right out here in the show ring. I'll get your grand, I'll get your reserve, but let's put our hands one more time together for these young people. Outstanding drive.
Your grand champion meat weather was exhibited by Lane Banks and reserved by Jacob Colin. Congratulations. Let's all give another big round of applause to our judge, Philip Messer, for coming all the way out here and being with us this evening. He's done a fabulous job. There will be a brief 3-minute break, and we will start our costume contest.
Hey, don't everybody. Let me get to the right spot. Don't everybody run off. We still have a costume class, and we're going to need some participation from the people outside the show ring to help us out on this. And as they're getting their costumes on, uh, let's not all leave right away, okay? I know we're taking pictures down there, but let's just be a little patient for this costume class, and then we'll get you out of here, I promise. Okay, our first one is the Eiffel Tower, and the young lady is a painter, and the goat is French. We can see by what the clothes she's wearing. And then the other one is from a Zootopia, and we have a little bunny rabbit leading a little fox. So, going to the Eiffel Tower, the largest applause is going to win. The Eiffel Tower with the painting. Let's give a big round of applause for this one. Who likes this one the best? Oh, that's pretty good. What about Zootopia, the little rabbit and the fox? Let's hear it for that. Oh, that was close. We gotta have it. We gotta try that again. That was too close. The painter from France and Eiffel Tower. Let's hear from you. Okay, Zootopia, the little rabbit. Who won? I couldn't tell. It was a tie. No, it can't be a tie. Is there enough blue ribbons for a tie? Yeah? All right, you both win. First place for both of you. Good job. Thank you all for having us. Have a good night. Be careful.
Just a reminder, all of those with goat weathers that want to participate in the auction, I need to know either way, yes, no, home, sell, and you have until 10:30 to do so.